Good evening, sir. I just had to do roll call on the cameras. What's going on anyways? I'm doing a little cleaning. And I ordered these insanely short 6-inch, 8-inch HDMI cables. So I had to do some rewiring. And I gained a couple HDMI and HDMI to DisplayPort with adapters by taking those cables or swapping them out. All right, let's get to business. Hopefully that mutes when I hit the button, but it's not now. Yeah, the mic. Yeah, I had it muted. So we're not doing nothing with this on stream with this laptop. This is one that a guy's buying. I just have to unwrap the adapter and, get the data onto it. You know what? Maybe he'll want this box. We'll save the box in case he wants that box as well. I have 2 tablets here. One is broken charge port, and the other is the screen came off somehow. The digitizer came out, and then or the ribbon cable for the digitizer came out, and it got ripped. And then the guy managed to get it stuck back together somehow. But he thought that ribbon might be important, and he figured that out after he lost touch on it. So, yeah. That's a thing. Also, here, let me move these out of the way real quick and get my laptop out. Look at this absolute blast from the past that I found when I was cleaning up some stuff. It's an ancient graphics card. Back in the days of before AMD, when it was ATI. Glove up before we start touching those devices too much. Check this thing out. What am I fluxing? Everything. But look at this box. Look at the art. There used to be cool art on boxes. This is back in the days of VGA and S-Video. You could plug these into a TV if it had an S-Video port. And the picture always looked a little goofy, but like it had like some kind of tint or hue to it from what I remember, but it worked. But look at that heat sink. How cool is that? And that's not even PCI. Is that That's not even PCI Express. That's AGP, if I'm not mistaken. AGP? Yeah, AGP compliant mainboard. AGP 8X port recommended. 64 megabytes of system memory. 6 extra faster CD-ROM drive, Microsoft Windows XP 2000. No AMD logo. That's ATI. So an RX 9250 from whatever yesteryear. Anyhow, aside from that, let's well, let you pick, man. What do we want? That's what you get to see. Coincidentally, both Samsung. Left or right? 1 or 2? A, B, left, right. Pick your poison. Supporting the YouTube, Mr. Chris. Huh? Huh? Supporting the YouTubes. Nice. Yeah, left, right, 1, 2, A, B. What do we want to do? Let's go for. They're both a nuisance, so we'll go for one. Whatever. We'll go for the Digi one. Let's make sure we have the right digitizer here before we open it up. Okay, camera holes in the same spot. Physically fits. Well, we can't know that plug is going to plug in until we get into it. So let's get into it and break this thing. Yeah, definitely no touch. I get it. It's broken. All right, so we got to strip this thing down. I think, what is this? Well, let's go. Let's consult the microscope, get the exact model number. I forget what it is offhand. So we'll go in for the actual number. SMT 387AA. All right, so that will mean SMT 387. We got to take the back off this thing first, right? Let's try that. Let's try and get into the back of it. I don't have the piece that I'm looking for, so we got to find a way in to one of these sides. All right, let's have a seat and get some air. No idea where to put half this shit. Ouch. Oh yeah, let's put the job up for reference. So when I need to figure out what the hell was I working on, we got. I always forget the job somehow, some way. What did I say that was? SM-T387AA. Digitizer. There we go. We got the job on screen now. We may not be fixing anything if this thing don't open up. There we go. Man, this is extremely hard. I almost want to check to see if this isn't the one I'm thinking of and I have to tear it apart from the back. I don't think I do. I think this, you pop the whole unit out and then disassemble. And then, I mean, we could lift the digitizer off, but that doesn't do any good for getting us into it. I'm fairly certain the back comes off this and then you can get into it. Needless to say, it's been a little while since I've seen one of these. Because we're clearing the port there. My phone chiming. What the hell is that? Let me say, that is a tight fit. I'm looking it up how it comes apart just so I don't break anything. I wonder if it's one of the weird models where you had to loosen the digitizer, let it flopping in the wind by the ribbon, pull the screen, and then there's screws under the LCD that let it fall apart. Because there was those models, but it's like I said, it's been a while since I've seen one of those. Fairly certain it's the other way around. Yeah, it almost has to come off the back, right? Yep, comes off the back, I believe. Yeah, you just have to wrestle it. All right, fair enough. Let's continue the wrestling match, man. More tolls, more stoop. All right, we're getting some leeway on this now, finally. Oh. When you hear somebody say they don't work on tablets or a whole lot, this is why. As you run across these ones that it's not near impossible, but it feels near impossible to get the screen, get them apart, get the chassis apart, the housing. It can be an utter nightmare. All right, around the bend. It's a new pick. I don't want to ruin that. You've been chopped apart. Come here. Perfect candidate. What a match. Damn. All right, so right there's our guy. Yeah, I would say that ripped. He wasn't lying about that. That ribbon cable came right out. Well, if that popped loose, that seems like a good opportunity for us to remove it from that spot. But for right now, let's turn this thing off by pulling the battery cable out. All right. Next, got to find a way to get that screen the heck off of there. Excuse me. And not destroy the LCD. And hopefully, it doesn't look like it, being that they sell the part. But let's hope that screen isn't hermetically sealed to it, or, no air in there. It doesn't look like one of those, but it very well could be. Rather than heat gun, we're going to try the easy way, using the card and just little drops of IPA to run around the edge. Cut this screen free. Screen is not sealed to the digi. That's good. That's good news. Great news. This is a Samsung, so I wonder if there's buttons down here. You don't see the imprints for them, but just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not, definitely not there. Let's proceed with caution, see if we can see any type button. I didn't see it when it was on. I didn't take note, and it doesn't feel like it, doesn't look like it in the small gap that's there. You never know. I'm just going to cut in slightly. Straight maniacs lurking around out there. I don't have Twitch chat pulled up, but it should feed into here, I think, if anybody's over there. All right. Got to straighten our card a little. Soften it up with some hot air, and you'll actually see it shrink and start into all the jagged spots will even out. You're never going to get it perfectly flat again, but you can definitely get the jagged, wrinkled spots out of it. So that smudge was internal on the screen. I thought it was on the outside, but it's internal. We'll take and clean this. First thing I'm going to do is stand it up against something. That way it doesn't sit laying, having dust come down on it. We're going to be doing enough of that. Oh yeah, definitely a ripped ribbon cable. That looks like factory adhesive too. I wonder how that came out. It may not be factory. I could be dead wrong on it. All right, there we go. Take a quick break and continue on. Get a drink. All right, so this one has 0 for the adhesive on it. Does have a protector inside. That's good. We got to remember to peel that before we... Oh, that was over the camera. Okay, makes sense. Got to remember to peel the protector inside before you put this on. I did not do that once on my son's tablet, and it had this nice haze over the picture the whole time he used it, till he broke it again. I think we fixed that on a different stream, possibly. Man, that's a lot of stuff to clean up. Well, I'm not certain that LCD is going to come out of there very easily. And we already have to clean it. But if we're going to run this little thing that rips up LCD, or rips up the adhesive, we need to protect that screen. Let's see what it does. We got confidence in the top and the bottom. The sides are what are sketchy. But again, it don't matter because they're all close to the screen. Yeah, I don't think it's going to wind this stuff up. Let's peel a little bit of it up, see if we can get it to start lifting with that then. Negative. Not going to work here. All right, we got a lot of cleaning to do. Ah, yes. Least favorite part of any screen repair is this part. This thing's going to be utterly useless on this adhesive. Let's just spread out the right on the camera, the IPA right on all of it. Let it soften up a little, and then we'll try that. See if that gets us any ground. I really don't want to sit and clean all this stuff up, but it's part of it, so. Yes. No, it's a scrape one. And stuff just, it will not pick it up. So we're going to be doing this for the duration. Oh, I wonder, is that, what is that? Some type of foam, but why would that be there? That's not going to be. So there wasn't no adhesive there. It just was that foam. But that seems like just a, in general, bad idea. Yeah, who am I to judge? Make up my own mind on it, you know? What company's ever released a bad product? That don't happen, surely. Nice. We can get it out of the way. I was looking at it. I'm thinking, like, man, it'd be nice to get that out of the way. I'm like, wait, it's open. Why can't you? All right, one camera out of the way is going to make it slightly easier. Not a victory by any means, but we still got a good session of this to battle our way through. So we'll get rid of that light ring and then lock the focus and then bring the light back. This stuff is awful. We get anybody live still? Let me know. Hands up. Give me something in chat if you've ever had to personally go through this process. A lot of places. Not I don't want to say all. A lot of places will take and just pull the digitizer off, and then take and throw a new one on. And what happens is the old adhesive gaps it out a little, and you don't get a really good seal. You definitely have to do the work of removing this crap if you want your new screen to stick. Just roughing it up usually is generally not enough, and your mileage may vary, but I've always taken the time to clean them up. And I think one screen came back in, and that was on some ancient, should have never been fixed in the first place one, but people don't always hear what you tell them. So now I can't find any screens for it anymore. It's that old. It's ancient, like Android 4's on it. Or no, is it an Android 3? Was that the Android 3? Was that the tablet only one? There was 1, 2, and 3. I think was mobile devices, and then 4 from 4. Yeah, it might have been 3 if it wasn't 4. But it was the awful one, the one that wasn't on phones. I think they limited it to tablets for whatever reason. Right now we got the majority of it cleaned up. What we don't want to do is damage the screen. We should possibly try and pop that out, but really not into doing that. I don't know how much adhesive. It's starting to come loose on the one side, but what worries me is the rest of it. I don't think it's as loose as it looks to be. But we could definitely clean that a lot quicker without it being there. I'm going to call that the majority of that cleaned up on the left side. Got rest of the top, right side, bottom to go. So let's start working our way around this way now. What fun. Here's another thing. Let me zoom out just a little bit on this. So from the attacking this from a dominant hand, if you're right-handed, and you can hold your pick and scrape down like I did on that left side, and I'm just putting all kind of shit back on there. Serves me right for opening my mouth and saying something. There, we'll get that shit out. But looking at it right hand dominant side, or if you're ambidextrous, doesn't matter. You can apply one or the other. What I'm going to do is flip the tablet. Instead of coming from the top here and working down and angling the pick the other way, I just want to keep that same angle of attack, so I can work down this side. We do need to work our way across the bottom here, so perhaps we'll start there. We'll just finish where we left off. Obviously, if your dominant hand is your left hand, go ahead and reverse that. Man, this stuff makes a mess. Yeah, okay, I did. I unmuted. I thought for a second maybe I didn't mute it. Of course, there would have been something earlier, surely. Let's go. More IPA. All right, got some IPA soaking on there. Clean off our little pick, pry tool, scraping tool. And let's start the removal process on this edge. It's actually quite a bit of gunk for like the first go, but you got to go down it, more than a few times. You know it, Phil. Slacking every day, sir. Every day. How you doing? Good evening. Well, it's got to be late for you. What is it? Like 11 p.m. Something like that. Dragging some people over. You maniac. I'm just sitting here doing the ever dull process of scraping adhesive loose on a tablet that, for whatever reason, probably shouldn't have been fixed, but you know how it goes. You can't advise some people to not fix things. They want to go cheaper rather than buy new. Don't want to deal with the, hey, hello, Draco. And who the heck? Now I gotta scoot closer to the screen. Clinch. Hello, people. Good evening. Welcome in. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. We're doing the ever boring process of cleaning up adhesive. And having a great debate with myself on if we move this foam piece that the factory puts there, because it's not no adhesive properties to it other than how it's stuck down, and the screen actually come loose on this with factory adhesive, and let the ribbon cable come out, and for whatever reason the customer ripped it, and then it got tucked back in and he lost touch. Now you're up to speed where I am. Me personally, I probably wouldn't rip a ribbon cable, but you know, some people don't think like that. And slacking, yes, definitely, always. This is a very slack oriented job. When you gotta sit here and scrape loose adhesive, yeah. Look at that. You guys doing a like button test. Holy crap. I was wondering whether it was working. Like, I can't confirm it now because I'm not at a keyboard or mouse. But, you know, if people would be so kind as to test run it for me. You never know when it's going to break. Andrew, good evening. Welcome. Fuck. What are we going to do about that shit? What are we going to do about that shit? $11. Dang. You can say I'm glad it's not 11 here. It will be soon enough. Just trying to get a little bit of that goop off my gloves here, and then I'll continue on with this thing. Should be just about clean enough where we can start throwing some adhesive on it. We'll do a final cleanup around and go in for a close-up. Let's see what we can do. We have to clean that screen too. That's going to be bloody torture. Actually, if you were here early enough, you would have seen that there wasn't not one mark on the screen when we lifted the digitizer off, but there was this one smudge. I don't know if it's coming through. That smudge right there was internal. So I got to kind of wonder, how did that get there? The screen had to have been changed at some point to get a smudge on this screen, unless Samsung let it out of the factory like that, which I doubt. YouTube pros. Go to Twitch. I'm over there too, buddy. My lowly 720p. All right, let's work our way around this. Try and get any remaining little bits. Make the executive decision on what the hell we're doing with that piece of foam. I really don't want to leave it there. I don't think it's beneficial. I believe that it's there from the factory, but I don't think that's a good idea, seeing how the edge of the screen lifted enough for the ribbon cable to pop out. It could have just been a bad tuck job by the previous person that did the screen. We'll put that factor in play. But yeah, bad on. You want your glass to stick down. Have a non-adhesive foam. Foam you have to squish. It's like any type of foam has some type of smash properties to it. Like you want it to squish somewhere to hold something in place or to protect. And I get protecting part of the ribbon cable, but come on, that very edge of the screen, get out of here. But yeah, ultimately this is some super boring stuff doing this, but you know, a little bit late to back out and say, nah, I'll pass on that. What else we got? We got another brand new. All right, we're going to hit this with a brand new one that hasn't been a scrape tool. Hopefully it will gather up any remaining. Still a little bit of shit along this edge, but not a lot. Starving. What are you going to get, buddy? Dinner planned out? Or is it technician's choice? We're running a little low on the make it gooey juice here. IPA, we got to refill quick. Let's do that. All right, all better. You didn't need to stay awake, bud. What'd you do? Did you just finish streaming? Yeah, it's late for y'all over there. I admire anybody that can stay up that has a daytime life. Not just, especially when you're 5 hours time difference. That's quite a thing. Just anybody that's got kids in that daytime job, day life, whatever, then you're going to work yourself, stream, do whatever. Yeah, it's a task staying up, man. Yeah. What'd you do? Just finish streaming? A busy day? Dang. Yeah. Yeah, I get those days once in a while. More slacking than busy, though, obviously. Professional over here. All right. Let's try and clean this shit up to the best of our ability. And go for getting the screen back on this thing. For anybody that isn't dead tired, I don't blame you for going getting some food, getting some sleep. Work life, none of that crap's fun. Dang. That's funny. It's funny when I hear terms like that, what you're saying about the post office run. Like you got to go pick stuff up or got to take. It's like that's not, obviously people can talk about going to the post office, but when you say post office run, there's more to it than just checking your mail, whether it be picking up or shipping shit out. All right, so what do we do? Anybody have a professional, non-professional, genius, non-genius level opinion about what the actual shit to do about this stuff? Let me get it in focus. As I go the wrong way. So we got that squishy foam around the top, and it's not adhesive in any way. And it is kind of ate away from me digging at it. But what do we say? Peel that the hell out of there and just run adhesive across there. I know it's going to be a nightmare getting the digitizer cable through there, but if we get it through there, it's not going to let the edge of the screen lift up. Yeah, daily chore to drop orders off. Yep. Yeah. That's a little heavier than just checking your mail. I don't know. I kind of want to just get rid of it and just peel it out of there. What do we got? Anybody want to add to that? Get rid of the foam. It seems like as good as the other adhesive was, being that there was a smudge. All right, we'll flip back to this camera. Being that the screen was clean except for that thing, that smudge. That tells me that Samsung did a piss poor job getting something out of the factory with a fingerprint on it, right? Or B, the more likely scenario, this was opened up before and a smudge was left there when they cleaned the screen. Might have touched it one last time on accident, not meaning to, and said, screw it, we'll leave it, sealed it shut. Problem being, this foam is where the screen lifted and the ribbon cable popped up. So did the foam compromise it by being too thick? That would be my thinking. And just get rid of it and run adhesive there to make sure the screen stays down, and try and do a damn good job with tucking the ribbon cable in for the digitizer that has to come through. Snap there, but it's going to have a little slack. We'll try and bend it, fold it down into this cavity perhaps. Would be my thinking. I don't know. Yeah, it lifted the edge of the screen up, so I say let's get it the hell out of there. And it's not a lot, but is that part of the plastic? It is. So that sits up already. Wow. Okay, maybe we don't run it. Maybe we put liquid adhesive there because that's a step up where this adhesive is going to set. It's actually a step up from it. Got a nice hard stop when you get there. Sorry, we'll flip that over. So actual hard stop on both sides. Yeah, I think clearing that out of there is going to benefit. Ooh, if anything, I'll put a different type of adhesive that is not as thick as Tesa tape there. B7000, yeah, I do. I think that's what I'm going to put there. They make a couple different variants of that same company. I think they got the flexible kind, and then like the non-flexible that dries hard, kind of like cyanoacrylate or CA glue, super glue. But I think, yeah, B7000 would be the flexible version, or the stuff that's good for phone repair and whatnot. Yeah, see, we got a bunch of crap there. I'd like to get that out. Watertight and strong. B7000 is Technician's adhesive. They also make nail adhesive for false nails. That's subscribed. Thank you, Jerry. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Welcome in to the live show. Thanks for hanging and subscribing. That's much appreciated. Yeah, Technician's adhesive, definitely. On one occasion, this is years ago, I ran out of B7000, but I did have some Shugu laying around, and that worked. No, don't try that thinking, yeah, that's good to do, because it's not exactly. And I can't promise you that's not going to, if you get it on something, not going to destroy some stuff. But it will seal down in an emergency. Shugu. Alright, so we got that bit, just a whole bunch of muck along the edge. I don't even think any of this is that important to get out. I'm just trying for if this person keeps this tablet for an even longer run, and somebody else has to go back in here, I really don't want to leave them a mess. Crummet and butter it is. Dude, yeah, they gone moldy. About scones, you got any scones? Or, I'm not even gonna say biscuit. We should get the scones where it's biscuit war going. And cookies. There's a piece of that blasted foam. Just what I always wanted. Alright, now we got one hell of a mess on a screen to clean up. That's going to be lots of fun. I got all that out that likely I think I need to. I don't need any of it out really, but let's try and get this screen clean. Alright. It's going to be an absolute nightmare to clean with all that gunk on it, but let's go. We got rid of the original smudge. Alright. We're going to have to do that again, but before we like grind any dirt into that adhesive crap, give it a clean. B7000. I think it's on my faithful blue mat. Right now, I'm looking for tape. Chicken, rice, and peas. That sounds really, I mean, chicken and rice I've had, but never with peas in it. But going by chicken and rice, chicken and waffles, that's pretty good too. I don't know if anybody out there eats waffles. It's very good stuff. I'm gonna knock that down in and chop it. Yes, sir. Phil, how long you been streaming now? If you're still there, buddy, I know you're tired. Got to get to some good dinner soon. Because I found your content, I think, in what, December of 2018? It was that Dell video. It was some Dell. You have to go back and look on his channel. Eee. Yeah, get well on Pops, man. Definitely. I didn't know that, sir. And prayers for that guy. 5 or 6 years now. Dang. A lot of good, a lot of teaching, learning and teaching that went on in those streams. Anybody that hasn't went back and watched the backlog of Phil's content, go check it out. You know, yeah, but still, you know, there's that odd chance. You know what I mean? And too, that says says a lot about you. That you may think one way, could be this, could be that, but just on the off chance. Automod block messes why I don't like YouTube. What word were you trying to type? I have a massive word list that you can't type. Well, I guess you can't type it. You can roundabout type it. I don't even think I have any mods in here unless... Let me look. Let me look on my channel. I don't know if Phil's still a mod. I know Mr. Chris was here. He's a mod. Let me go to the YouTube. Yeah, I can't do. I'm just on my other screen. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, he's still a mod. Yeah, man, for sure. Back to what I was saying about, you said it's your dad, your pops, that is the hospital. Yeah, no, shit can happen in any minute, and that's, I think, good to stay on alert always. Either Google's filter or my Slacker filter over here. One of the two. All right, we got to trim some shit down to run down those edges. That I don't like. B7000. Let's get that out too while we're thinking about it. You know what? I think my B7000 dried up, come to think of it. So, what else do we got here? I don't even know if this stuff will work. The closest I have. No, I'll look. I'll look again. Let me actually look. Like, actual pick shit up and look. Nah, B7000 dead. He died. No, he didn't. That's a brand new tube. All right, here was the two winners that I had, or the one contender that I had till I found the B7000. So I got a brand new mini tube. Let's hope it's good. And then tell me, is this the same company? We got some E6000, clear, transparent, flexible, paintable. But I don't recommend this for electronics. I've used it for many other things, just not electronics. Industrial strength adhesive. All right, we have some non-dead B7000. Yeah, that stuff's great. All right, tape up the edges. So we got to. Do we have to trim? Really? Yeah, it's too wide. We definitely don't want that on the LCD, right? Acrylic nails, like fingernails, or like when you don't want to put like nails in subflooring type nails. That's some crazy stuff for fingernails, man. Normally remove the LCD while applying glue. Yeah, it's got some glue back there holding it in. I actually feel like messing with it too much, so we're going to press our adhesive into the corner and then run down and chop it with a knife. Yeah, that went up on the sidewall a little bit. It's all right. I think we'll check. We'll peel it down. Whatever did go up there, if any. All right, let's throw one on the other side, then work across that top. One of them is for nails. Yeah. That's next stream. We're doing some acrylic nails, you know? I know. I know. People don't believe it. Believe it. I got the nail oven right here. I'm just kidding. I use that for drying UV Oka or Loka, liquid optically clear adhesive. But it is a nail oven. I borrowed that from the wife. All right. Time for a drink as well. Switched up from the Red Bull to V8 Plus. This still does have caffeine in it, but I don't think it has a bunch of the crazy stuff that energy drinks have in. So yeah, until your board doesn't fit. Yeah, just for doing like the throwing a phone in or like these smaller tablets, just the ones that are like where the LCD is sealed to the screen with the UV glue. You just take and put. You can draw like letter. Generally, I do just like a normal line, but some people say to do like an X. Some people say to do a capital I, and then you drop it on and let it squish it all out. But that just ends up making a mess. You need to know the right amount to put on. You end up with a mess trying to do that crap. All right, let's see. All right, trim this side. All right. Now we got to crack the coat across this top here. All right, hollow holes, that's nothing. That's just by the headphone port, by the screws. And none of these are mic holes or anything. That says making sure these weren't like a noise canceling mic hole. I don't know why they would put it through the screen. Usually it's on the end. And that does not appear to be what it is. So we can just go ahead and cover all that with adhesive. Those nail ovens are great and great value for what they are, and they're cheap. What do we got? So we'll throw one more across the top, see how much of it fits. Then we got to trim out that unit there. You know what? We'll work our way around that. How about that? The hell is the end of the tape? There it is. All right, so we got to go in and remove that junk, at least that one piece. Try and give it a proper trim. All right, a little bit past where we wanted it, but I'm okay with that. Let's finish up this side. We have it prepped, clean the screen, and put a digitizer on, hopefully. Still have a charge port to do today. I don't expect everybody to be up for that one. That's some late night. Phone is still waterproof with a cracked screen. How bad's the crack? What phone is it, Phil? S23 Ultra, but the glass is pretty bad. I'm going to say possibly not. If it just had like a one big crack, I would say maybe, but that's rough if the glass is pretty rough on it. Like thinking, I mean, maybe it'll still hold water out just because of the way digitizers are laminated and whatnot. That would be that's what you're hoping, right? That lamination from the digitizer is going to keep water out. Is that even when the glass cracks, or if broken digitizer, we can demo this like in real time, right? This is the one with the ripped ribbon. If we crack this, it will crack, but it won't. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit it hard enough. Let's smack it off the counter. see if we can put a break in it. No, that one's holding up. We're gonna have to hit it with a hammer. But yeah, I know what you mean. And thinking is that the lamination layer will hold the water out. Yeah, that one's not gonna crack. I gave that a couple good smacks. I know we could take a hammer to it, but yeah, we don't need to do that. All right, cleaning. That's what we were up to. Stage 1 and stage 2. That is a small metric ton of tape to have to peel. Oh, I forgot about the camera hole. We gotta chop that out real quick. Well, no better way to do it than man, I don't know a good way to do this. Did anybody catch that? Kitchen roll British for paper towel. Yeah, man, there's some weird language out there, differences. Some of them are pretty fun though. That and the extra letters in words, like the U in color. Man, none of this seems like a good time. You know what? A little bit of this stuff in the tube might have dried up. I'm thinking it did, yeah. Well, never been opened. And whatever air was in there dried out a small amount. All right, we're going to rely on the E6000 if we can get the top off because it's locked on there. All right, we've got liquid E6000. I cannot read that. FER purchase. Hello, good evening. What are we repairing today? It's a Samsung tablet SMT387AA digitizer. It says it on the screen, but yeah. Hopefully we can knock all that dust back off of there. The bad stuff about this is I think it's going to want to dry pretty quick. So I'm just going to put a small layer of it there and continue on with this repair. And it ripped it back out. All right. Protector's off. Let's go. I don't even see that you need to do any type of crazy ass tuck job on that ribbon. How did... Unless that screen, for whatever reason, was a bad aftermarket part with a super long ribbon cable, I could see that. That one there fits out great, or fits in there great. Well, fuck it, let's go. Throw that shit away. Loo roll. Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Ultra 14. No, those aren't cheap to replace at all. What is this? I'm looking up in the chat. But yeah, but technically you're wrong. You speak English. It's our language. Right. Come on. Thanks for sharing, man, you know? Appreciate it. Sharing with us Yanks over here, Phil, you know? Maybe we're the ones cobbling the words after all, you know? That I don't doubt. Maybe we're not having the extra letters because we're taking them out, you know? Some crazy shit like that, huh? Yeah, let's check that out real quick. That might be interesting for anybody that's never seen it. Let's throw this down here and hopefully not set it. You know, and we'll move the bubble wrap. So when ribbon cables go in, you got the pins and whatnot. And not all ribbon cable, not all ports, like FPC ports and connectors and whatnot, can you see. But essentially, that's what it's doing going in. Even though there's no pins on the top of this one, that's generally how they're laid out, is with pins wrapping around, and the cable has to slide between them. Now, some connectors, I think, have pins on both sides, if I'm not mistaken. I could be dead wrong. But that's generally what happens there when a ribbon goes in a port, and why you don't want to bend any of them pins up out of the way, you know? Did Fernando pop in here? Good evening, sir. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think we can go straighter than we're going. Let's try and put this on straight. Not that it matters one bit. It doesn't make sense why it's there, other than to lock that cable in. But there's enough movement that you ain't doing it by accident. All right, we have one camera to put in, so let's try and put that in place as well. Make sure it's clean. It is a little. Oh no, it's not. It's got a blur on it, so we got to get that cleaned off. Guarantee that is adhesive from when we were scraping before I removed the camera. So let's grab it, get a fresh Q-tip, one without E6000, soak it with IPA. I'm trying to get this camera cleaned up. That was 100% some adhesive that was on that thing. Come on, backup camera. That little foam thing around it needs retired. Ooh, let's get that microfiber, see if that'll help any. Yeah, it looks about the same. A little bit of residue left. We'll check it before we take and seal the device up. Plug that back in. Yeah, let me read up, man. Sorry. Head in the game, not on the chat. You know me. Ignoring the people that make the shit interesting. Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Ultra 14 plus AMOLED 2 screen that will not be. Is that one of those foldable tablets? Like, that got broke. I figured it out. Last technician put the screen in, put the digitizer on, and realized they left a mark on the screen. They tried to clean it off and pulled too hard on the digitizer and tore the ribbon. Take out letters because half of America is illiterate. Language to bring the illiteracy stats down. You know what? That is the best theory I've ever heard. We take letters out to bring the illiteracy stats down. That's fucking genius. That is genius level speculation there. I love it. Yeah, no. So, and what you said about the tablet there, yeah, well, and also about taking the letters out, that was fucking genius level too. But last technician put the screen in, put the digital mark on the screen. They tried to clean it off and pulled too hard on the digitizer and tore the ribbon. Yeah, no, copy that, man. That is a very likely situation. I've ripped ribbon cables many times. Any technician that, I mean, I'm not saying there's not somebody out there that's perfect, but until you rip some ribbon cables and rip off some, FPC connectors and whatnot, yeah, like you got to kind of know the limitations of stuff that you're working with. What we don't want to know is the limitation of this one. I don't want to have to put a connector on that board. So let's lock that in. Lift this up. I'm going to try and hold that up a little to get the camera to go in place. And got it. Okay. All right, let's check this thing out. Make sure that it has touch and that camera is functioning. If not, we got to pull it back out and clean it. Where the hell is it? Which one is power? Top button is power on this one. Yeah, no, totally. I do believe that that's how it happened. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't, it's a very true statement. And if you've only screwed up once, you still haven't worked on near enough devices. You need to keep going. Okay, so it's going to be looking for a signal because we don't have the SIM in, but that's fine. I could care less about that. I just want to see that the camera works and that we have functioning touch. Back to this drink. All right, so touch is functioning. That's good. Uh-oh. Did I get some IPA in the screen? That is not good. That's going to have to evaporate. 100%, that's what that is. The splotchiness. Yee. We're going to have to possibly lift the digi and redo the tape on this one. I'm going to let it sit and see if it evaporates, though. What else? Oh, the camera is what I wanted to check, too. So we got some of the IPA either when wiping or some of the runoff when going with the scraping tool is what got into the screen, and it would have gotten in on the open edges of it. More than likely this edge because it was very open. We'll see if it gets smaller as we're messing. What did I say? Camera. Where the hell is the camera? Here, let's show you guys up there. Will it flip? Is it going to work? So other than the blotchiness in the screen and the light glare from all the LEDs, the camera is functioning. Well, we got to see if that's going to evaporate. You out, Phil? Get some rest, buddy. Use some hot. Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, instead of hot air, I'm gonna hit it with a hair dryer. Here, we'll get a better picture of what everybody looks like. Oh, that's a video. How do I get the camera back, man? Photo. All right, so I tested both cameras, both of them that I interacted with. Don't bring up a slew of photos, just a couple that I want to look at. All right, so there's you guys on the arm mount, and there's my shakiness with the other that, and then there's that one, which that's a front-facing camera, which is pretty shit, and all the light glare on it. It wasn't liking that. We might have to pop that back out. So for right now, I'm gonna leave the back off this. Let's get hair dryer out and see if we can do anything with that to get that to evaporate. Because if not, yeah, we got a hair dryer here too instead of hot air for when we want to throw a lot of hot air that's not quite as hot. Yeah, have a good evening, Phil. Prayers to your pop. Hopefully you heard that if you haven't left already. And good on you for staying on alert, man. Okay, that's fairly warm. I don't think we're getting any, I don't think it's going to change shape. I think it's going to have to naturally evaporate because the hot air didn't do much for it. If anything, I'm probably going to have to lift this digitizer up. I'm going to let it sit while I work on something else, see if it changes at all. We got a pretty good gauge of what that looks like. Come on, focus. You can do it. There we go. All right. Pretty good gauge of what they look like. There's a few spots. We're going to see if it naturally evaporates. Like, it seems like slight changes, but I'm not certain. Worst case scenario, we got to lift the damn digitizer up and possibly pull the LCD apart, which is never fun. But before the back goes on, now's the time to do it. Or now's the time to not put the back on before we have to do anything there. Next one, moving on. Some more nightmare level stuff. I absolutely hate tearing these things apart. This has to be the 10th, 12th, 13th. I don't know how many of these have been in here this year so far. This specific model, look. This just has some stuff stuck to the front. This poor guy got abandoned here. Absolutely hate tearing these things apart. Where's that sim? Is it here? It's here. So we've got an SD card. Oh, what do we got booting up here? Yeah, I think so too. That the screen will be fine with a while. But you never can tell. Worst case scenario, like I said, we got to pull it back apart and evaporate that stuff with either A, hot air or fast moving air on it, or B, I'm going to be opening up the layers of that LCD, which is never fun. Hell is my Twitch. I'm going to get that pulled up on my one screen here. Oh, fuck. Where's the telephone? I got to confirm a number. That piece may apply. All right, this is silly. I'll just leave it there. I was trying to get into the account. All right, same thing. We got to chop a screen loose on this one. These are torture to get into. Very easy to break the front glass. You need something thin and some alcohol, and you go even lighter with it than this. Generally, the something like the backer plastic off of something. Let's see, maybe we'll be able to use this. You need to get plastic in there and start cutting away at the adhesive to lift this out. This needs a charge port. Well, before I even do anything, we're going to check it to see that it is the charge port. Yeah, no, the screen, man, that's going to be bothersome. But it can happen. That's one of the things with using chemicals. So we're not getting any charge, no matter how we mess with it. Let's flip our cable. Okay, so if we hold it a certain way, it will give it a charge. Right? As soon as we drop it, it loses connection. So it's definitely a charge port. Here goes nothing. These are torturous as well too. Cutting into these things. You can use heat. You can soften it up, but I don't like that whole process, that method for some tablets. I've broken a couple screens using heat on them. Some you do. These I don't. Main reason I say that, I've had to buy one of these screens and not for my tablet before. For this specific model, I cracked one when trying to pry on it. Also, the easiest way in that I've found, let me cut a piece of this off so we're not messing around with a giant piece of plastic. Easiest way I've found to get into them is on the corner. IPA plastic and work your way in on the corner. And that's the easiest way to not break it. Maybe we've got better results, more mileage on these, but I've done it. I know at least 12, if not 13 of these just since January. Scissors, 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 where did they go? As I said, it takes a little bit of doing, but you can get in with a thin piece of plastic. All right. Started cutting into the glue a slight bit. Now we're going to try what I do with my one card. Try to see if we can't get something a little thicker in there. Generally tougher to get the thicker cards in, but if we can start trying to lift that corner. And you can see it's a tight fit in there because it actually starts cutting your card. I'm going to take hot air and straighten this one back out. I don't know what I did with the other one that I was using, so we're going to hit it with some hot air quick and fix all these corners up. This is not a very effective, time efficient process either. But it's very hard to break the glass this way, so. Saga, good evening. Thank you for coming and hanging out. We're trying to cut our way with plastic and IPA into this Samsung tablet. I don't like prying on them, but we might have to speed this process up. It's tough getting the plastic to curl into the adhesive. That's probably the toughest part. Let's see. Let's find one of our thinner tools. See if we can't get a little gap here without breaking it. That would be amazing. Like, it's definitely going in. It's just not favoring cutting into the adhesive any. Instead, it's tough to get it to want to make that turn toward. Instead of working here, I'm going to work this way because it is starting to lift. So I'm going to work the other corner. And if we can get it to lift on one and put something in, that'll let us actually start cutting. Drops, we don't want to do a repeat on this one, what we did with the other one. So little tiny drops. So is there one or two? There's one. So I did have the right card out. It's not the one I want. Try this pinged up guy, see if this gets us anywhere. No, I'm going to sit down here. I've been standing for a while. I'm going to sit and try and see what next plan of attack. I don't like prying on these. We do have to get in there and lift it a slight little bit. So we're going to go against my rolls and pry just a tad bit. As soon as I find something thin enough to get in there. And that is thin, but that just reminds me of something going to break as soon as you start lifting. And we don't want it at a little point like that. We want something wider. If you have to pry, that's going to be your best bet, going wider versus one small little point of prying. Let's get something wider and start on that corner. All right, we're ready to start. I think, yeah, we're ready to start cutting now. Would have been simpler to just do that, but I really try not to pry with metal on especially on plastic and glass. I've had as I said, I bought one of these exact screens in the past, and it's not fun having to spend your own money on something. Try to keep in mind where the bezel is. If you want to keep the IPA, definitely back from it. And if you get in too much of a hurry when cutting, you can break these screens by pulling also. That's another thing. We have anybody still alive out there? You people all overseas and due to be sleeping hours ago. So we're going to go to this end and chop this down just a hair. So here's a good example of exactly why you don't. I'm trying to get the focus up here. Why you don't want to cut in too deep, because that screen comes right out to the edge. You got, I think, like 3 mil, 4 mil away from the edge. When you start cutting in on that adhesive, there is not much room at all. So that screen definitely comes right. That's the copper color. You can see it if you can see the copper color. I know it's probably glared, but that other color there, the copper color in there, that's the bottom edge of the screen. All right, let's grab one of our placeholders. Continue this way. You have a little more room along the top and bottom edges, but not much. So keep that in mind if you go tearing into one of these. And I think this side you also have more room. Even though the bezel's in far on both edges, that's just for looks. That screen comes close out to the left edge if your camera's at the top. All right, we need to put a placeholder back in here some way, somehow. We'll go right there. And if I use heat to loosen the glue, yeah, I mean you can. I don't prefer it. You can. I mean, as long as you don't go too hot. Uh, One of the bad things about using heat to loosen it, like either you can do it definitely with heat. Um, Generally, people use those pads that heat up evenly to heat up the glue, and then just run a card or something around it to cut it loose. I just cut it loose with a little bit of IPA. The bad thing is if you get the IPA in the screen, as we saw. I'm fairly certain that happened whenever I was cleaning it, not when I was cutting it loose, cutting the screen loose. All right, we're on the bottom edge now, I believe. Let me see. But if you get too hot, if you get the screen too hot, and this screen is sealed right to this digitizer, there's no space other than the liquid optically clear adhesive that's between the LCD, the digitizer, and the outer glass. There's a thin layer of glue there. If you get the LCD or whatever too hot, it will temper. You'll have a yellow tint to it in that spot. And it's not a good look. Yeah, we're on the bottom edge. I'm trying to remember. The ribbon cable comes up and connects somewhere in here, I think, for the screen. So it connects on the board, and I don't know where it comes from, but as far as around the edge, there's nothing other than that copper really close to the edge. So we're going to just continue on trying to chop this loose. And the bad thing about it, we can't break this one because the touch works on this. This is in for a charge port, so we gotta preserve screen at all costs. I don't want to buy another $70 screen. They might even be more now with the price of stuff. I know last time I bought one, it was $71 plus a few dollars shipping. I don't know why it goes in and curves down so much. It's like I know we're cutting. I know where the glue is. Let's try and take a peek and see what's in there. So there's a good amount of space on the bottom, not a lot. Like you can get a good portion of the corner in. Yeah. It's I forget the name for them. It's like an iPad heating plate. Yeah, I know about them too. I don't have one physically, but if you use heat, it's just I don't prefer using heat myself on screens. I mean, on smaller. I used to use heat back in the days. I had like the iPod 4 Touch, the old like the one that looked like the iPhone 3G, like so like the fourth generation iPod Touch. And some stuff you just get in, just I don't know, personal preference. But me, I really stay away from heating up screens if I can. Other than when we get a bunch of IPA in them, then we got to try and evaporate it. We're just about there. I think we're free. If we're not, we're still attached with like a little piece here or there somewhere. Yeah, a couple little pieces, nothing major. Stuff that the card just skipped around. We'll go ahead and rip those all loose. We're going to clean all that adhesive off anyhow. Yep, there's the ribbon cable. You can really see. Let me get that disconnected. I don't know if there is, but I don't want to test if there's a trap set if we're disconnecting the screen before battery and it blows out something on the board. Don't want to test, don't want to find out. Disconnect battery. Let's go for the screen. It's generally Apple products, but I wouldn't put it past any manufacturer using tactics like that where if something else unplugs before power's gone, it does harm to the system. And not all Apple products either. Alright, screen. Very good. Yeah, look how close that screen comes down to that edge. That's like super easy to cut into. Here, I gotta mute for a second. I got the boss is calling. With patience, everything works. Yeah. Yeah. I'm all out of patience. The adhesive on these works with this little thing to take and wind it up. Most of it. Some of it you have to get with your hands, but for the most part, you can wind it up. Unless it turns into a snot ball like that. Here, we'll go in and check this out a little closer, see if we can get it to. Probably not. The glare is probably going to kill everything. Yeah, thanks, Mechanics. I love some of their stuff, man. It is great. That one should come on. Yeah, we can roll that off. There's nothing to stop you from grabbing and stretching and peeling that stuff off. It's just kind of cool that there's a tool that exists that will wind it up if you clean the tool off enough to where it can grab the new adhesive. And this it keeps wanting to go under. We'll see this thing shine on the frame. That's where it hopefully actually works. It's not perfect. There's a little bit of dinged up stuff on this edge. We'll try and grab it quick and then move on to the frame. Then we got to do the charge port. All right, here we go. We'll go to the microscope cam for this one. We need a wide view because when this grabs this, it can tend to take off with it. If it's going to grab it at all. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just rolls it up like so. And let me get it in focus. It's not actually in focus for anybody. Another way to do it other than sideways is I got to figure out which way you actually roll it. Yeah, okay, so let's get them big globs out of there and see if this is going to work. No, too much. Too much on the tool. Long ways isn't near as successful as sideways. Yeah, it's alright. I like it. It's better than sitting scraping away for an hour. I'm going to use IPA to actually clean this thing quick because it's building up crazy, like crazy on that. So we're going to clean it off and see if it gets some of its grip back. It's not smooth and it's not rough. I'll put it that way. It's like a really weird texture. All right, let's go. Let's get back on it. It does leave this, little things like that everywhere sometimes. And we just lost that one. So we're going to take and make it a little shorter. And we'll flip back over to the cam so we can see what's happening. So occasionally they break. That is not good. I don't know what I did with the Allen wrench. Hopefully I didn't lose it. Sorry, buddy. I meant to turn the audio on. After the phone call, I forgot. Hope, yeah. Audio? We should have it. Let me check my mic. Yeah, mic's not dead. I just didn't unmute like a genius. Yeah, very nice tool. I love this tool. Grab it. All right, let's finish up this little bit of adhesive, hopefully, without much resistance. Eee. Whew. Could have been bad for the battery on that one. I can tell you, as this thing gets shorter, as this thing gets, little wand thing gets shorter from breaking, it breaks more often because it relies on the length it has and being springy. So, can't wait. We're almost done with this one. It'll be a great time. I have a couple of stepper motors I'm going to make. You're going to make one of these? Yeah, it has different speeds and whatnot. Where it really excels, have you ever done like a glass off repair on a phone? That's where it really excels. Or like, I'm talking like glass off on like one where the screen is bonded to the AMOLED, Super AMOLED, OLED, whatever, and digitizer bonded together, and then there's some Loca, and then the outer glass. That's where this tool really excels with cleaning off the old sheets of Oka or the Loca. It does really well at removing both of them, and it has iPad, Samsungs, any of them where the glass is bonded. It has another thing too. So this one is full length. This kind of shows you full length of kind of how long it should be. And then there's this one. It's much. Guarantee I'm not going to be able to get it. We'll get it out of here. Break a tool to get it out. This one is much thicker and tapered, and that's for, it's at a taper so you can lay it flat on a screen and have the tool kind of not touching the taper it's at. Kind of kicks it up in the air enough to lay it on a screen, and it just peels up the Oka or Loca, whichever, take your pick. They're both the same thing after the one dries. Essentially, one's just a sheet and the other one's liquid until you dry it, and then it dries in a sheet, obviously, because it's on the phone or tablet. Great for removing that stuff. That other tool is. All right, I'm kind of happy. There's some little bits here and there. Go around quick and try and pull up these little spots. Let's see what else there is. Not much up that edge. Going down that edge. A little bit of gunk by the sensor in the camera. All I know is it beats dumping a ton of IPA on and scraping forever. And if you can get the stuff out, it leaves not a half bad finish. So, buy the battery again, which isn't fun. It's not going to be perfect, but I'm going to say that's pretty good. Yeah, we got leftovers. Yep, not in the battery. And that broke again. It's getting too short. There's no flexibility to it. So we'll live with that little bit there. And we're down to too short. Like I said, the shorter it gets, the more frequently it breaks. I have noticed that. I will try and use the rest of that though, obviously. Just not now. We got enough off. Jam this guy in, tighten him down. That's essentially it. That's the tool. Goes either way. Either way, has 4 different speeds, and I think it has a green light. I don't know what the green light, other than shining on a screen to help you see where the oka may be. And USB-C for charging. Pretty cool. I really like it for what it does. Where it has excelled for me and been super impressive is when did Apple switch adhesives? Was it the iPhone 12? I think it had like a more, I want to call it. It wasn't more brittle, but I want to call it more brittle adhesive. Like to sit and scrape at it, you could do that, but if you wind it up with that, it'll just wind a little bit up and snap off, because it's like I said, it's like feels like more brittle rather than stretchy. All right, so what torturous process do we got to go through? We got to remove this bottom here. Let's hop to it and get a magnet. Where the hell is my magnet? What fucking tool are you stuck to today? Oh well, use this one. Stepper motors. What do they use in like 3D printers and whatnot? Like applications like that and many more. All right, so we got a metric ton of screws to come out of this thing. I don't think we have to take this out. We might. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, let's just start. Battery still disconnected. Also, as far as I know, all these screws are the same. There may be one, I can't remember. There might be one that's different, but I do not believe so. But we'll keep our eyes open and see. We're going to try and work on this device tilted a little bit. That way we can see what I'm working on, so my hand's off to the side and not in the way. So far, they all look the same. No, all the same. Okay. And how many more? You? Not sure if this one has to come out. I know this little one here doesn't, though. And with that, we're going to get a pry tool and put it in here. Alright, so basically you're lifting this whole plate up. Let me zoom out a little so we can get more of this thing in the shot. Ah, still one in place. Haha, missed the screw, or else it would have came out already. Alright, no big deal. No damage done. Alright. Yeah, so that little metal one does need removed. We got to get the port out. It's almost like they designed this with some thought in mind. The even bigger question, what did I do with the replacement port? Oh, look around for a few. It's not in the laptop bag. Just double check to make sure. Ah, is that it? Let's look. That could be it. There it is. All right, new port. I have a particular place for those. Where all the other ones go. All right. What do we need to get this out of here? Disconnect? All right. I agree. Then it shouldn't be nothing but a matter of prying this one up. You need something super thin to get under the edge. Once you get it lifted a little, then you can proceed to get it with a tool. And pull the whole thing out. So there is that bit of adhesive holding it in. Let's get this out of the way and just look at the two ports. All right, so we don't have our little sticker. Let's get a set of tweezers and attempt to move over our little water detector sticker. All right, fair enough. And then the next thing you have to do is that little rubber gasket. It's kind of hard to show, but we'll try and show it on the microscope. So this thing comes to this side, and you have to just peel it up. And take it up to this side. And this one I'm going to say worn out. Yeah, a little worn. No actual pins bent or anything. Did one pin come loose? Is that what it was? A couple are loose. Oh, okay, the whole assembly is loose. Yeah, we're going to scrap that just because of the wear on it. The cable wasn't real tight in it and you had to wiggle it. So, old port, no sticker. Let's say goodbye to it. And let's start putting our thing on this one. I think this is their little form of, I don't want to say waterproofing, but water resistance to go around the port. And actually, before we get too crazy, let's those pins are soldered. There's some flux left over. I'm going to say we don't need to solder any. Not a whole lot making connection, but there is some there making connection. New port, we'll test it. If there's issues, we'll deal with it then. All right, let's put this piece back on. Okay, looks good. Let me look at that other port quick. Make sure there's nothing on that microphone. Nope, nothing on the microphone that goes to this hole here. There's a microphone right here that faces down into that hole. Well, it sits down in the hole, and then the sound comes in above and hits the top side where that little hole is. Anyhow, get that out of the way. Let's throw the new one in. All right, nothing's plugged in, but we're going to go ahead and check real quick just to see that something plugs in nicely without, yeah, plugs in, snaps in, no fight. All right. Quandale, what are you doing right now? Is the charging? Yeah. Wow. Although a lot of the pins across that thing were loose. So rather than just, I could solder it up. But they asked for a new port, so I'm putting a new port in. I did tell them that likely the pins broke loose. You fucking kidding me? Give me my glove. And could possibly be soldered. And they're like, well, can you just put a new port in? And I'm like, yes, I can. So that's what I did. New port. Move all these little bumpers back up so they're not little teepees. There's a little bit of a snap, but barely any. Like it's barely grabbing. So that new port has that loud, audible, like clunk when it goes in. So we'll stick with the new one. And yeah, I very well could repair that port, but why? And right now, to answer your question, charge port on what is this thing? Not what's on screen. I didn't even change the job for this one. This is a Samsung Galaxy Tab A7, 10.1 inch, 2020 whatever, 2022, 2023, I think. Oh, the bloody process of taping this thing and sticking that screen back on. Where am I missing? Missing one there. But ideally, yes. If it was my discretion, open it up, resolder them pins, and send it back out. Because, it still had some grab, but it wasn't like that loud clunk, that loud thunk or clunk, whatever, when it clicks in and grabs. It just had like a little grab to it, not much. So it's definitely the center pin, the center plastic where the pins reside was worn a little on that port. It's giving the people what they want. And believe it or not, this is going back into the hands of a 6-year-old, not an adult. So we want all the wear and tear life we can put into this thing. I think the model number of this, if I had SMT 500, T505, something like that. It's not on the back. All it is a serial number on these. There's no SM number, just the serial number. All right, let the nightmare stuff begin. We got some tape to run. We do have a couple screws there. That's for the battery. Not our concern at the moment. Tape. That's what we need. This stuff. This is going to be a different process. We got to trim this stuff down because that screen tucks in tight to these edges. If you let tape in there where it rolls down over the edge, your screen's not fitting. So we're going to try, though, the stuff I already did. You just have to be careful with your blade because there's not a lot of room. Not a lot of room on the from here to the outside of that bezel, so you don't want to chop hard or deep. You just literally want to go through the adhesive and the paper backing if you're doing it this way. All right, so paper backing came off of that. Where did it rip to? Right there. So we're going to try and cut this again. Oh, I didn't go far enough. Man, this stuff is not going to work. We may have to peel the whole piece and clean that edge up. we will try that. All right, we've got this side, which is crazy to do, super thin. And you also have to kind of cut around your camera and your proximity sensor, ambient light sensor. Sorry if I'm clicking on anything. My wrist was over here resting on the mouse or arm. Give me the damn glove. These three screws over here. What? Don't miss those screws, please. What screws are you talking about? All the little bits of adhesive, or are you talking about the ones that hold in the battery and the screen? Just got here. Oh, sorry. What is it? West Starling? Sorry. It's a Samsung Galaxy Tab A7 SMT 500 T505. One of those. Are you talking about these screws? All the screws are in the bottom of this one. I had not putting the screen back on yet because I'm laying all the adhesive. Oh, you're saying you don't miss these? Wait, huh? Don't miss these screws, please. What? All right. Continue cutting. We do have to chop around that little top bit of the camera. There might be some that we might be able to skip the sensor today, but usually not. I think there's a piece we can cut right around the sensor. Yeah, I'm not sure what screws you're talking about, unless it's the ones that I've already explained, but certainly they got to go back in once we get there. We got to get that far. What happened there is the adhesive rolled up on the edge a little, so I'm going to try and go through and clean it off the edge on that one bit. Yeah, it's peeling up more than what I want, so we may have to clean that back off. We'll see. We'll see. We may get away with it. All right, thin piece down that side. Slightly less than one down this side. Let's do this side first. Started lifting. That's not good. Gonna redo that end. Need a damn thin piece to fit there if I'm planning on. Not a chance. Nope. Will not lift that new stuff up where it is stuck. All right, time to scrape. I do not like removing this tape. Not one bit. But it does come up rather than leave a residue when you can get it, for the most part. Not saying it won't leave some slime, but if it hasn't had time to set it, at least comes up. There we go. All right. Yeah, we still got a few blobs there. We have to go in and get them out, clean it up as good as we can, because if we try and stick another piece of tape on there, it's going to stick right to all the same stuff, or all that tape that's currently sitting there. Let's see if we can use this at all to get in here and remove some crap. Possibly not, but we'll try. Yeah, nah. It's just smearing it around. It's not actually, doesn't feel like it's grabbing. All right. Where'd it go? IPA and scraper. And it's attacking that other piece. Yeah. Oh, we'll have to chop part of that off. Replace it. We got that side too, just a hair. Not an, that's about as new as we can get, huh? All right, let's trim a piece beforehand and then put it on there. We need something that's going to release from. So we need a real thin one and a not so thin one. Not going to go for perfect. We're just going to go for on. Where's the shit at? Here it is. All right, more than enough. All right, I got to jump over to this cut mat. I don't want to cut through my ESD mat there. All right, nothing stuck to this. That's good. Let's try and stick a piece of this down now. I'm going to peel the thin one off of the edge. I hope it splits and the paper don't come off. And it's not going to. There we go. Perfect. Actually did come off. Now if we can get it to lay down on this. All right, last side. I don't know. We're going to see how that adhesive looks once we get under the paper. I hope the IPA didn't really weaken it and it evaporated and left it well enough alone to where we don't have to replace it. But if we have to, we have to. One down. Let's find the thicker one out of the two. Try and split this one the same way. All right, I'm gonna try and stick some little senseless pieces on here to anywhere where there's part sticking out, where hopefully it will get a little bit of hold and put an extra little piece on. The problem with those is you have to got to peel those too. You don't want that paper under there not sticking to anything. It's really a silly amount of adhesive to even concern yourself with. But we don't have the exact cut one for this, so we're going to do that. All right, adhesive in. Let's inspect our cobbled part and that was this one where IPA had hit both sides. Doesn't seem like it lifted it. And this one is still stuck down really well. All right, fair enough. Let's connect the screen. Let me look here. What screws am I missing? None that I see. We hit all the ones there. So How about that? We should have some type of auto. Yeah, my mic died somewhere along the line. There's people showing on the tablet, so I don't want to flip it down. Let me try and unlock it. It's tough. Swiped open here. Come here. All right, and there's a person on the other screen there. So the battery did say 43%, but I think that accuracy was off because it's showing 1% now. So I want to see this thing start charging and rise before I can call it charging port success. We want to see that number go up some. Sorry about the dead mic. Yeah, I don't check that a whole lot. Yeah. That stupid adhesive having to replace. I hate not having pre-cut adhesive, but I can't be bothered to buy all these different pre-cut adhesives. Even when I get the screen, I just prefer to put my own in. The pre-cut, some of the pre-cut ones, they don't hold for nothing. I bought a pre-cut for a ancient Samsung that I did, and that's not too long ago. There's like a series of like, I think 6 tablets I did for somebody, and I had pre-cut adhesive for the one. It was on the screen. It came with it. I paid a different price for the screen that had adhesive backer on it, and it was absolute trash. So, yeah. And I stuck that down without the battery thing, so we're going to have to go back in for that son of a bitch. That's what happens when you get distracted. 2%, so I got to lift the screen. Ah, what a day. Well, let's hope it didn't set too much. I gotta put the fucking battery thing in. I forgot all about it. Disaster strikes. When you get distracted, this is what happens. Oh, the battery cable needs in there. All right, let's actually turn it off. And where can we get to it? We're going to have to lift the whole thing. So we might have to redo all that adhesive. What a shame. Oh, well. This shit happens, man. I'm hurrying to try and get home. I want to see the boys before they go to sleep, but we messed it up today for sure. There you are. I'm taking 5, though, before I do this thing. We're taking a well-deserved break. Oh. No chance. Not in this world or any other. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see that screen lifted. Usually when you set it in this tape, it's down. You clamp it to let it set overnight so it gets a good firm grip on it. And it's down. Don't get in a hurry for no reason, no how. You will make mistakes. Yep, this one's going to have to be cut loose. Or heated up and taken out. Oh, here we go. I really want to get something not metal under here. That would be a bonus right now. Metal has a tendency to break glass. Now, the mission is to see if we can lift this screen off of the adhesive. Which, believe me, I don't think we can. I don't think I can. Generally, when you put it down in this tease of tape, it is down. It does take a bit to like set up, but man, to forget the fucking battery catch. Oh well, it's not the first time I've done that. Someday I will learn my lesson. Don't hurry. Come here, you. You're thin. You'll help us cut with the least amount of trouble. Let me have a thin one to hold it, please. There we go. All right, progress. We only got 3 more sides to go. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to get away with not having to put new adhesive back down. That's fine now. Cut a couple pieces, we'll be good. Good as new. Ooh. Are we going to get lucky and most of it stays in place? Right about now, I kind of wish I used real cheap tape. This would be off here. All right, let's throw you in. You can be a placeholder. Thank you. Go down the edge. Yep. There's one piece we got to replace. I'm scared to keep lifting up. I don't want that bottom glass to snap. But we're almost to the point where we can put this thing on. And I can prop it up and start replacing some adhesive. All right, battery secured. Let me get these globs of adhesive out of the way. The ones that did lift. So we have just a piece here on the corner and a piece on the other corner. And that looks like it. I mean, it is stuck to the screen, but I don't want to rely on it being stuck to the screen. So I'm just going to go ahead and put a small piece there and small piece here. Cut what's there, pull the blob off, and put it back down. It's not going to come out of there easy. So don't hurry. Or you get to have good times like me. Oh, what a nuisance this is. What a freaking nuisance. All right, let's cut it and grab it. Got a blob on this side. Let's cut it. Do everything in our power not to drop our knife down in there and stab the battery. That would not be a good day. Got it. All right. Where's that thin piece I saved? All right, we got some extra. It's gonna be hard. I can't really work on this standing up. I can try, but I doubt it. I'm gonna go ahead and put these two small pieces in on the corners. Oh yeah, please stick down. So I gotta replace more. Oh, thank you. And call it good. Let's get the other missing stuff. All right, so I'm putting a small piece back on here. I'm going to pull the one off the screen that's there. I cannot believe I see that it wants to lift that adhesive on the bottom, but we're not going to let it. We're going to continue on. Yeah, I didn't even think anybody could see that. I was too far down, out of frame. All right, save that piece. Let's peel these. Get the heck out of here. All right, checking the back of the screen. I do have a small piece to rip off. Woo, got lucky on that one. Usually this tape does not release. Right beside the camera. Beside the charge port. All right, that's it. I'm getting the hell out of here. 2%. I like it. Charging. Swipe. Swipe. All right, and just to make sure we didn't do anything dumb while having that open, we're going to wait on the percentage to bump up a little, and yeah, now I get to sit and do paperwork. I'm not doing that on the stream. 3%, right? 3%, and keep going. I'm going to check on the status of that other guy, too. See if that has done anything. I doubt it. I'm fairly certain I'm going to have to open that, but I'm not doing it tonight. It would be a blessing. Is that a 3? That's 3%, man. I like it. All right, let's see what the deal is here. Okay, so one splotch has disappeared. Sorry. We had a splotch. Anybody that wasn't here earlier, let me turn the thing off. So we had a giant splotch here of IPA. We had one upside down Florida shaped one across the this here, the camera thing. And then also there was like one down here around the sideways hamburger, or the three lines, whatever. These have all but disappeared. That is getting smaller. I'm confident that it is going to go away by not having to open this up. But I am going to leave the back off to let air have a better chance at getting through any parts, because there's holes around on the board. It's not airtight. And if I put the back on, it's going to make more of a seal. So I'm going to leave it open until morning and check back to see how that splotch is. But it was definitely bigger. There was one here and one right here. These two have went away. That one's getting slowly getting smaller. And who said that earlier? Fernando? I think Fernando said it. He was right. It'll be all right just on its own. We're up to 4%. It's charging, so I'm going to say that charge port is successful. I'm going to get out of here for the day, people. What the hell is on my screen? Oh, yeah, that's right. I couldn't get into the account. Anyhow, have a good evening, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Thank you for hanging. I do appreciate each and every one of you. But I'm going to do my paperwork and get out of here for the day. Much love for dealing with the hot messes on this bench, and a moron like me for getting battery latch and everything else. Yeah. People. There, we'll do that. As long as we don't dick around, that should stay, right? Is it going to default back to people if I don't touch anything? Here, let's come in from the side. Oh, yeah, check it the other way just to be sure. We had the X, now we'll try the O. All right, I'm all about it. I like it. Clean up paperwork, and I'll see everybody next time. Thank you. Oh, I need to get my mouse and go over to my thing.